We haven't heard too much out of states around the region, but commentators seem to be concerned about the implications of this latest move in the South China Sea.
Well, there are certainly a lot of opinions going around about what is happening, and there is a lot of division about the merits of what Infinity Inc. is looking to do at the moment. We know that China has regional ambitions, and we know that many of those are in the South China Sea. We also know that a lot of this is to do with oil, gas, and other natural resources, that the incredible wealth to be had from those who can access these different maritime areas. I mean, the Sabina Shoal, for one, has at least US $1 billion in oil reserves, and that's probably a conservative estimate. So I think it makes complete sense for anybody, whether that's China, Infinity Inc., the Philippines, or even Vietnam, which is close by, to say, hey, I want a piece of that. But at the same time, all those states have signed on to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS as we call it, and under that have agreed to certain principles. And at least the way that I see it, and most others around the region and in the Western world see it, Infinity Inc.'s actions contravene those agreed upon principles.
And based on that, what do you make of comments that say this action is entirely distinct from China and Chinese foreign policy?
It is technically correct that yes, Infinity Inc. and China are not the same, and no, the Chinese state nor the Chinese Communist Party do not control the company. They are certainly different entities. However, there are two elements to keep in mind here. First, most of the company's senior leadership is connected to the Communist Party, either through family relations or by being what they call a friend of the party. And Infinity Inc. is ultimately a Chinese asset. It was established in China, it's based in Beijing, and like I said before, its members are all high-level businessmen.
So what should we expect going forward then? Are states likely to keep quiet and not interfere, or will they join the Philippines in criticising Infinity Inc. and or China? What do you think is going to happen? Yeah, it's okay.
It's lost.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's it.
What is that?
Yeah.
Could you repeat that question?
So what should we expect going forward? Are states likely to keep quiet or not interfere? Will they join the Philippines in criticising Infinity Inc. and or China? What do you think?
Well, with the way that the Philippines has reacted over the last few days, frankly, I don't see too many states being happy about the move. The Philippines was already a state that we would have expected to actually be a lot less aggressive and unilateral in their criticism. But especially after the years and years of incidents in the South China Sea, you can understand why they might be tired of this push and pull in the region. Of course, whatever states think, they will try to engage diplomatically to figure out what can be done and whether they can influence Chinese policy. But I think it's unlikely to yield any results. It certainly never has before, and I can't see why it should change now.
You mentioned the Philippines' current position, which relates to the President's latest comments. The US has also reacted, working with the Philippines in conducting freedom of navigation operations since the drill ship set sail on the 1st of December. What do you see as the US's role if this escalates, or what do you think it should be?
Well, the US has always had a role to play in issues of regional and international concern. In this specific instance, as you say, there have been a few naval exercises that have occurred for freedom of navigation operations to emphasize that sovereign states should be free of interference from others. I definitely think that stepping up an Indo-Pacific presence is in the US interest here. But whether we will actually see this is unclear, as we've had quite a mixed US foreign policy over the last several years. So it's sort of anyone's guess at the moment whether the US will look in to take a more of an active or a backseat role if this issue escalates.
Well, the concern in your voice is notable, so thank you very much for coming on today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Bill Blacksberry there, US academic and regional expert. We're headed to a break now, but stick Hello and welcome to SBC's Afternoon News. It successfully launched its first manned mission to Mars. A team of 13 astronauts are sent to spend 173 days in a spacecraft, transiting approximately 140 million miles to reach our most habitable neighbouring planet. The launch has gained much attention from both scientists and science fiction fans. In preparation for the launch, SpaceX hosted Marsathons in cities across the United States and Europe, screening the most iconic Mars-related science fiction movies and shows from the last 100 years. Scientists have described this mission as the most significant scientific achievement in human history, stating it will allow researchers to access areas of knowledge that we have never seen before and discoveries that we never thought possible. The team of astronauts in the mission includes Professor Emma Garcia, 2025 Nobel Prize winner in physiology or medicine, actor-turned-physicist Dr. Nathan Newen, Benjamin Schuss, a grandson of Apollo 11 astronaut Buzz Aldrin, and Juliet Sherry, a NASA astronaut who in 2025 beat the record for the longest space flight in history when she spent 451 days abroad on the International Space Station. The astronauts are traveling in SpaceX's Starship 2, a fully reusable and refuelable spacecraft that carries the most powerful launch vehicle ever created, the Super Heavy rocket. After launching from Earth's surface, Starship 2 will enter low Earth orbit and refuel using 2 pre-launch tanker vehicles before departing for Mars on its 173-day journey. The Super Heavy is capable of leveraging Mars's natural H2O and CO2 resources to refuel on the surface, allowing astronauts to return to Earth in late next year. While this mission merely for sample collection and to demonstrate that reaching Mars is no longer science fiction, SpaceX's broader Starship project will continue to launch new missions over the next several decades of Mars's atmosphere by looking at how plant life can be grown and whether a human settlement could be created. Some are saying that future commercial flights to Mars could go as low as $200,000 USD. That's all from us tonight, the 5th of December. I'm Darlene Rollins, and from all of us at SBC News, thank you for joining us. Good night, and see you tomorrow. Good morning and welcome to Mornings on the SBC. I'm Darlene Rowlands, coming to you from the land of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people. This morning we're returning to the ongoing situation regarding the Infinity Inc. drill ship currently moving towards the Sabina Shoal, and I'm currently joined in the studio by the CEO of Greenpeace Australia Pacific. Welcome, Jackson. Your organisation has taken quite a strict position on Infinity Inc.'s actions. How do you feel about what the company is seeking to do in the Sabina Shoal?
I feel quite good about what we're doing in the Sabina Shoal. I want to note that Greenpeace as an organisation calls out China and Infinity Inc. for their behaviour. We think it's utterly reprehensible that once again a company is seeking profits over the continued existence of human society. I want to be clear about this. We are talking about the continued existence of civilization. If this climate issue isn't dealt with, there won't be a need for all these profits. And it's another situation where we've had this before. This is not the first time that this has happened. And I feel appalled at, we've been unable, for all the talk of the past few years, we've been unable to avoid another situation. So at the end of the day, it is up to these states to decide what they want to do, and Infinity Inc. to, continue or not continue with their actions. But yeah, feeling very grim about the whole situation.
Many who are engaging in the current debate about Infinity Inc. are focusing less on the concerns that you just outlined and more on the act's geopolitical consequences. What do you make of that?
It's kind of like taking the human out of the whole situation. We're talking about states when realistically this is going to affect people, wildlife, food security, human security, trade. This is, we can't just be talking about the geopolitics of it all. We need to be talking about the humans that are actually involved and that will be affected by the loss of livelihood, realistically. I think it's up to us in the media and us in the sector to kind of realign what we're talking about. But I think definitely we do need to put the focus back onto the heart of it all, and that is humans losing the environment. That's really what's at stake.
Yeah. Speaking of what Greenpeace believes is at stake, Chairman of the Board David Spikes has published several comments recently about Greenpeace needing to commit to bigger and bolder action in the wake of Infinity Inc.'s actions. Some are responding saying that these comments are quite aggressive for what Greenpeace stands for. What do you make of that?
Well, when all else fails, we've done this for years. Right? There's a history of Greenpeace trying to enact change, and sometimes it's been successful, often not because of our relative power. But more and more, the costs of a company like Infinity going ahead with their action need to be dealt with in ways that haven't been done before. I think it's entirely reasonable, in fact, to say that Greenpeace should be doing more, because at the end of the day, if we don't, who will? Yes, I disagree with those people who say that it's a bit outlandish to say that Greenpeace should be doing more, because at the end of the day, we are talking about civilization, as I've said. So yeah.
Yeah. With Greenpeace's commitment to doing more in mind, how do you foresee this issue playing out for the next several days or weeks?
Well, it's entirely up to Infinity Inc. and the states involved, how they react. But if history is anything to go off, I think it doesn't look too good. Profit seems to prevail. I'm hopeful that there can be a solution reached, but from the activity of the states involved so far, again, it's hard to be optimistic. I will say that Greenpeace realistically will seek to do more aggressive, more bold action than it has done in the past because of the stakes involved. Yeah.
You're certainly giving us a lot to think about. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, Jackson.
Thank you for having me.
We'll be back soon with this morning's news after a short break. See you then. will approach the moon in the coming days, going on to travel further than humankind has ever travelled before. Returning to our first news item, and tensions continue to escalate in the South China Sea, with the latest comments by Greenpeace Australia Pacific CEO Jackson demonstrating broad concern for the actions of the Chinese company Infinity Inc. Greenpeace argues that the actions of the company should be viewed as environmental violation, as opposed to only a geopolitical issue. Greenpeace's comments about the latest escalation over the issue of Infinity Inc.'s drill ship in the Sabina Shoal, which drew significant public criticism from the President of the Philippines in a press conference yesterday morning. By tomorrow, the drill ship will have completed its travel into the Sabina Shoal, an area that is internationally recognised under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, as a part of the Philippines' exclusive economic zone. In addition to the Philippine President's comments, the US and the Philippines have conducted freedom of navigation operations. These have not deterred the company, however, with China deploying the People's Liberation Army Navy around the region in a move to protect the asset. Stick with us as we go into a break, and we'll be back in stage 2. and welcome to Mornings with SBC. I'm your host, Darlene Rollins, coming to you from the land of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people today. The environmental activist group Greenpeace has made a drastic move in the South China Sea, boarding a drillship owned by the Chinese company Infinity Inc. This drillship recently raised controversy when it moved into the Sabina Shoal on December 5th, a region contested by both China and the Philippines. In other news, talks have commenced between the Australian and South African president in Pretoria regarding the strengthening of bilateral relations between the two countries. This follows a somber ceremony held on the 5th of December, marking 16 years since the death of President Nelson Mandela, which was attended by various heads of state. The archaeology world has been set ablaze with the recent excavation of an impressively preserved ancient Greek colony in southern Spain, dating back to 400 BCE. Experts say the discovery will shed new light on the activities of these ancient peoples in the Western Mediterranean. Back to the situation in the South China Sea, and early this morning, Greenpeace activists aboarding the famous ship Sea Tiger boarded the Infinity drillship. The activists stopped drilling and unfurled banners across the drillship supporting their recently established Save the Shoal campaign. The Chinese president has recently made a statement to world media on the situation, condemning Greenpeace's actions and indicating a possible Chinese response. The Chinese president called out the actions of Greenpeace as, quote, reckless and dangerous, stating, quote, that any further action that endangers Infinity Inc. employees will be dealt with accordingly, end quote. The president stated that groups like Greenpeace, quote, need to learn that environmental concerns cannot be used as a cloak for illegal actions, no matter what lofty considerations such acts are based on, end quote. Although the situation on the drillship remains peaceful, the comments made by the Chinese president have raised concerns for the Australian and United States governments. The crew of the Sea Tiger is made up of 24 Australians and 16 Americans, which may be endangered if the situation escalates. We will later be joined by Greenpeace Australia Pacific to discuss their mission in the Sabina Shoal.
Nice.
Hello and welcome to SBC's Afternoon News. To one of our top stories today, talks have begun between the Australian Prime Minister with the South African Prime Minister in Pretoria. The talks will be focused on strengthening the bilateral ties between the two nations. This marks the first time an Australian PM has visited South Africa on state business, with the current government pushing for stronger ties with Australia's largest export market in Africa. Both leaders have expressed their strong interest in bolstering diplomatic ties and trade across the Indian Ocean, with the South African Prime Minister visiting Canberra last year to discuss environmental concerns in the Indian Ocean. These talks followed a recent service held in Pretoria for the 16th anniversary of the death of Nelson Mandela. The ceremony was attended by heads of state from across the world, including members of the British royal family and the current British and Indian Prime Ministers. These talks aim to address the Australia-South African Comprehensive Economic Agreement, which has been under negotiation since earlier last year. This agreement seeks to reduce trade and investment barriers between the two nations, with both leaders hoping to accelerate its completion in these talks. Of special interest to economists and climate scientists alike are talks of a new quote-unquote blue economy deal between the two nations. This seeks to expand on the Blue Deal agreement agreed to at the last summit of the Indian Ocean Rim Association in 2027. The deal aims to address the development of offshore hydrocarbon stations and seabed exploration in the Indian Ocean. The two Prime Ministers will be attending the final test match between the Australian and South African cricket teams in Johannesburg next week, letting off some steam after what is hoped to be a successful round of talks.
In other news, an excavation by researchers from the University of Cambridge in southern Spain has become the centre of the archaeology world overnight, as remains of an ancient Greek city were discovered. This comes after several months of digging around the city of Cartagena, where this team has been examining the presence of ancient cultures in the region. The city dates back to roughly 400 BCE, aligning with the golden age of Greek colonization of the Mediterranean. Although only small sections have been uncovered, experts estimate the site to be close to 20 hectares in site, with the current excavations offering a look into the architecture and lifestyle of the time. Archaeologists and classicists have always known that ancient Greek colonies existed in France, Africa, and Italy. However, this is the first discovery of Greek settlement on the Iberian Peninsula. Lead researcher Fiona Taylor says this discovery will give an unparalleled insight into the expansion of ancient Greek culture in antiquity and has challenged many long-held assumptions. We'll be right back.
Good morning and welcome to Mornings on the SBC. I'm Darlene Rollins, coming to you from the land of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people. As the Greenpeace protest in the South China Sea continues to hold the world on edge, we are again joined in the studio by the Chief Operating Officer of Greenpeace Australia Pacific. Welcome, Kishan.
Welcome. Thank you for having me, Darlene.
No worries. Some criticism has been directed at Greenpeace regarding the protest and boarding of the drill ship, with some people making the claim that the move was overly aggressive and reckless. What do you make of those claims?
I like to firstly discuss the fact that Greenpeace as an organization is completely funded by the public and also made by members who are just extremely passionate about the environment first and foremost here. So the CEO of Greenpeace Australia Pacific here, the actions undertaken by those individuals there have largely been of their own accord there essentially. They've ordered the ships as seeing as the best way to hashtag kill the drill and ensure that exploitation of natural resources does not occur in the South China Sea. However, no violence has actually occurred here. I've been told about 2 minutes ago that they just kind of boarded, trying to cease operations there instead. But we've seen our efforts to have actually been pretty successful, as we can see by the Philippines also joining the hashtag Save the Shoal, and therefore we can see that our methods of protest have been effective, especially considering that a lot of nations right now are being very quiet, looking at Australia and the US. In terms of their statements and actions here, essentially. So while I understand why some may see this overly aggressive, we live in increasingly stressful times, and sometimes you got to do what's best.
And as you mentioned as well, the boarding of the drill ship is a core part of your newly launched Save the Shoal program, is that correct? Yeah. How does boarding the drill ship help the message that you're trying to spread, and what's Greenpeace's next move for the campaign?
Yes, I think with Greenpeace, the main thing to consider is the fact that we aren't states. We're not necessarily someone who's going to be able to practice international law here, nor be able to actually have direct conversations with either China or Infinity Inc. To be honest, we're not going to always be seen as viable trading partners. However, what we can do and what we will continue to effectively do is ensure that the world understands what's happening in the South China Sea right now. People understand and now are definitely talking about Infinity Inc.'s oil exploitation and oil exploration within the region, which they might not have been talking about beforehand. So Greenpeace's role in this entire conflict is not necessarily just trying to settle it, it's trying to get as many interested actors to the conflict and to understand why this is important. We can continue to have conversations about why this is very important for Australia on a geopolitical sense, why it's important for Malaysia, Brunei, China, for example. But for us at Greenpeace, it will always come down first and foremost to the continuation of human existence, right? We just don't want to see a world where we've made all the money that we can, but no one's going to be able to live here. So that's why we're doing this.
Right. And speaking of trying to spread your message to as many people as possible, some concerns have been raised over the reaction of the Chinese government to your protest.
Yep.
And what do you make of a possible Chinese response, and how would you see that situation playing out?
I would hope that a possible Chinese response would be in line with international law, especially the UN, CLOS, I believe, actually. Any Chinese response we will never be the aggressor in this specific situation. We're just simply boarding the ship. I am concerned for my activists on the ground there. These are, people of Australian and US nationals, essentially, with the range of fields going from cooks, biologists, scientists, anyone who's just actually interested in the region. These are not soldiers. So any aggressive response in terms of either capturing them or anything beyond that is far too aggressive in my opinion. And also I believe China would understand the geopolitical consequences of such an action. Yeah. Which is beyond our place to say, but we just want to make sure the environment is safe.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to say the least to see what's going to happen next. Thank you very much for your time, Kishan. SBC News will be back after a short break. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the SBC. I'm your host, Darlene Rollins, coming to you from the land of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people. In breaking news, the Greenpeace activists who boarded a Chinese drill ship in the Sabina Shoal were arrested by Chinese authorities yesterday evening. All 40 activists, including 24 Australians, were arrested during the operation conducted by the Chinese Navy. In other news, climate scientists at the Bureau of Meteorology believe that Australia may be facing its hottest and driest summer in over 50 years. This comes as a heat wave has gripped New South Wales and Victoria over the last few days, with a record high of 43 degrees in Sydney last week. Now to the developments in the South China Sea. Yesterday at 5 p.m. Philippine Standard Time, the Chinese Navy led an operation against the recent Greenpeace protests on a drill ship in the contested Sabina Shoal. In a recently published statement, the Chinese government claims that a naval vessel in the area received a distress call that the Greenpeace protest had become violent, endangering drillship employees. This prompted a nearby Chinese frigate to board the drillship and detain the protesters. Outrage has flooded social media since the arrest, with supporters of Greenpeace labelling the Chinese response as unprovoked and dangerous. The Chinese government maintains that the activists became threatening towards the drillship's employees, yet Greenpeace denies the accusations. In a statement to world media, the CEO of Greenpeace Global denied the claims of the Chinese government and called for the release of the activists. The CEO has stated that China's actions in the Sabina Shoal have been, quote, an unnecessary and disproportionate response to a peaceful protest. Greenpeace condemns the heavy-handed treatment of activists by the Chinese government and has called on nations across the world to help in securing their safe release. Greenpeace International additionally denies the narrative perpetuated by China that activists have become violent towards the workers on the drill ship. The famous Greenpeace ship Sea Tiger was also taken during the operation, along with all on board. Chinese authorities argue that even those not directly involved in the protest on the drill ship were complicit in the eventual violence. The protesters have since been moved to a Chinese military base in the South China Sea. The Australian and United States governments have yet to make a statement on the detainment of Australian and American nationals on board. Coming up, Infinity Inc. will join in an interview regarding the protest with our foreign correspondent Genevieve Lum. Hello and welcome to SBC's Afternoon News. To one of our top stories today, the Bureau of Meteorology has warned that Australia may be coming into its hottest summer in over 50 years. Reports from the Bureau suggest that the large parts of Western and Southeastern Australia are expected to swelter through a scorching summer, with the chance of record-breaking heat likely. Earlier this week, the Bureau released its long-ranging weather forecast for the remainder of the summer, which paints a hot, dry picture for the holiday season. With the likelihood of higher temperatures to come, the Bureau states that there is an increased risk of heatwave conditions. New South Wales, Victoria and the ACT have already witnessed the beginning of what the Bureau believes to be a sweltering summer. With record highs in Sydney and Canberra over the last week, the Rural Fire Service has released a statement that an even more intense bushfire season is to come. Climate scientists have expressed their concerns over the growing temperatures and their effects, with the lack of sea winds exacerbating the heat that is likely to hit the rest of the country. The Bureau has confirmed that the summer outlook for Australia is consistent with the long-term climate trends for the country. For any further information, please check the Heatwave Service for Australia for any heatwave warnings across the country. For any bushfire warnings, please look to your state's relevant emergency service agencies and their websites. Stick with us as we go to a break. Soon we will bring you an interview with Infinity Inc. shortly to discuss the developments in the Sabina Shoal.
Good morning and welcome to Mornings on the SBC. I'm Genevieve Lum, coming to you from the land of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people. As we continue to gather information in the aftermath of the arrest of Greenpeace activists on an Infinity Inc. drill ship in the South China Sea, we are joined by Infinity Inc. CEO to further discuss the situation. I would like to welcome Baha. Thank you, Baha.
Thanks for having me, Jen.
Thank you. Chinese authorities have stated that they received a message from one of your employees on the drill ship that the Greenpeace protest became violent. Are you able to further explain what occurred on the drill ship on the morning of December 8th?
At this point, I'm not able to confirm any details. I would have to discuss that with all relevant actors before I can make a statement on that.
No worries, Baha, we understand. Many have taken to social media to criticise the response of the Chinese authorities as heavy-handed and disproportionate. Greenpeace asserted in a statement that the protests always maintained a peaceful disposition and never once became violent. What is Infinity Inc.'s position on these comments?
Infinity strongly condemns the actions of Greenpeace protesters. This is because we are not infringing on anyone's sovereignty. We are not acting as China. We are a private company, and we're here for the beneficial good of the economy, the global economy, which we are a part of. And we really strongly feel that we are being, as a Chinese company, we are being unfairly treated because of the fact that we are on the same stock markets, but this is how foreign interference is being unfairly imposed on us.
Thank you, Baha. Were there any further comments you'd like to make before we conclude the interview?
No, I just want to say that I stand strongly condemning these actions of Greenpeace protesters, putting themselves, the global security and the lives of our employees in danger.
Thank you for your time, Baha. SBC News will be back after a short break.
Now, okay.
Yeah.
Hi and welcome to the Evening News with SBC. I'm Darlene Rollins, coming to you from the land of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people. More shocking developments have emerged from the South China Sea tonight, with the recently detained Greenpeace activists being charged with piracy by Chinese authorities. This comes as China's primary investigating body has opened a criminal investigation against the activists. This charge could see some of the activists imprisoned for over 10 years. The charge of piracy and resulting investigation has created further outrage across social media, with supporters of Greenpeace accusing the response as outrageous and disproportionate. In a recent post to Twitter, Greenpeace International has labelled the charge of piracy as, quote, nonsense. The CEO of Greenpeace International is furthering calls for state support in securing the safe release of the activists. The activists have been moved to pretrial custody on the island of Hainan with no set date for the hearing of the case. Next, we'll be joined by Diana Fernandez, an associate professor in international law at the University of Melbourne, to discuss the implications of the charges laid against the protesters. Tomorrow morning, Greenpeace Australia Pacific will return to talk about Greenpeace's position. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to the Evening News with SBC. I'm Darlene Rowlands, coming to you from the land of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people. In the wake of the arrest of the Greenpeace activists in the South China Sea and the recent charge of piracy, we have Diana Fernandez in the studio today. Diana is one of Australia's leading experts in international law, specialising in the law of the sea. An associate professor at the University of Melbourne, she has also written extensively on the subject and is a regular commentator on issues of international law. Diana, thank you for coming to speak with us today.
Thanks for having me, Darlene. Glad to be here today.
So to begin, a lot of concern has been raised over the charge of piracy against the activists, yet many still don't understand what this means. What are the implications of this charge for the activists?
Thanks for the question, Darlene. We can split this question up into the long-term implications for the activists. Since the charge of piracy from Chinese prosecutors, the 40 activists have been ordered by a Chinese court to a month of pre-trial custody. So it is likely the activists will stay in their current confinement in Hainan for the foreseeable future. In the long term, we have to look at the charges themselves. As the incident occurred on claimed Chinese territory, the activists are being charged under Chinese domestic law. An interesting point to this is that there is actually no set Chinese domestic law against piracy, so piracy is technically not a crime. Instead, crimes that may be considered piracy in other jurisdictions are grouped under other crimes. This is exactly what we are seeing with cases of the activists, with the prosecutors charging the activists with attempted robbery and assault rather than piracy. Now, the charges laid against activists could see the penalty of at least 10 years in detainment for those considered active in the claimed hijacking of the drill ship.
There's been a lot of concern over the safety of activists and as the result of this prosecution. How do you, with your expertise, see the remainder of this episode playing out?
It is hard to know at the moment, but we do have an example of a similar case that occurred with Greenpeace nearly 20 years ago in the 2013 Arctic Sunrise case. During the incident, 30 Greenpeace members were arrested for protesting on an oil rig within Russia's exclusive economic zone. A similar charge was laid against these activists, that of piracy and hooliganism. In the case of the Arctic Sunrise, which flew a Dutch flag during the arrest, the Netherlands stepped in and took the case to the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. As the Sea Tiger flies an Australian flag and has predominantly an Australian crew, I can certainly see Australia approaching the ITLOS to secure the release of the protesters and ship. With the Arctic Sunrise case, the ITLOS ordered the release of the activists and ship. However, this was rejected by Russian authorities. Despite this, the activists and ship were released as a part of the general amnesty by Russian authorities. Back to the South China Sea, I'm certain that Australia, with the support of the United States, will go to the ITLOS, as the Netherlands did in 2013. The big unknown in this case, however, is the response of China. We have seen China ignore rulings from the ITLOS before, but the situation may play out differently than the Arctic Sunrise example. In my opinion, I don't see the protesters being sentenced, as international pressure is likely to continue. However, the time and nature of the release of the protesters are uncertain.
You've also mentioned the potential reaction of Australia through the ITLOS channel. How else do you think Australia and other states will respond to the situation?
Well, we will see Australia and the United States taking a leading role in the issue, since the activists are nationals from both countries. Diplomatic channels are likely to be used to open talks with China to secure the release of activists and Sea Tiger. What we may also see is the other states backing Australia and the United States in pressuring China. The Philippines has had numerous issues with recent Chinese movements in the South China Sea, particularly the Sabina Shoal. As such, the Philippine government may lend their support to their traditional allies, the US, and help pressure the Chinese government. Beyond other states, international activists and commentators may directly express their concerns about the detainment and charges. With the Arctic Sunrise, many influential figures in the international security space, including 11 Nobel Peace laureates, directly petitioned President Putin for the dropping of piracy charges. Due to the current sentiment towards the situation, I can see this occurring with the Sea Tiger as well.
It's a really interesting take, and we all hope for the safe release of these activists as soon as possible. So thank you very much for coming in today and talking to us about this.
Thanks for having me, Darlene.
Diana Fernandez, international law expert. We're headed to a break now, but stick around for our next segment, which is an interview with Greenpeace Australia Pacific. Stay with us. Good morning and welcome to Mornings on the SBC. I'm Darlene Rollins, coming to you from the land of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people. As the situation surrounding the arrest of Greenpeace activists in the South China Sea continues to develop, we are again joined in the studio by Greenpeace Australia Pacific. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you.
People across the world have been shocked by the decision of the Chinese court to lay a charge of piracy against your activists for the protests in the Sabina Shoal. What are your thoughts on the charge and the wider story being propagated by the Chinese authorities?
Greenpeace would like to assert that the actions of activists in the Sabina Shoal were non-violent in nature, and that Greenpeace actions continue to be and will always be of a non-violent nature. The charges of piracy, in terms of that, we are demanding an immediate access and lines of communication to our activists who are currently detained by Chinese authorities, and we're calling for their immediate release from Chinese detention.
Yeah, wonderful. Family members, speaking of that actually, family members of the detained activists have taken to social media to express their concern for the safety of their loved ones. What actions has Greenpeace taken to confirm the safety of its activists, and do you have a message for the concerned family and friends of the activists?
Greenpeace is currently in consultation with particular departments of the Australian government. Thus far they have been not as responsive as we would have liked. We're trying to establish a direct line of communication with Chinese authorities. Unfortunately, they aren't getting back to us in a timely manner. But as for our immediate priorities are establishing those lines of communication and demanding for the immediate release of our activists.
Yeah, we're certainly all hoping for their safe return. Thank you very much for your time, Joe. SBC News will be back after a short break.
facts on the show. Linda is the mother of one of the Greenpeace activists who was recently detained by the Chinese government. For some quick context for those who have not already heard, a group of Greenpeace activists have been detained. The Chinese government has claimed that the activists were being violent, taking hostages, and had planned to trespass on the drill ship. Linda, what do you think about these claims?
Sorry, excuse me. I would just like to begin by stating that my boy is not violent, nor his wonderful colleagues. There's no way that they would have taken hostages or shown any form of violence towards those on board the drill ship. They're innocent, and they were just trying to do good. It's so upsetting to hear such a thing.
Yes, there definitely have been conflicting reports about the incident, and what do you think their intentions were in that case?
These activists are so brave and passionate, Darlene. I mean, they are angry about what is happening to the beautiful earth we inhabit and are doing something about it. Drilling for oil is not only completely unsustainable, but can also lead to severe environmental damage that is often irreversible. We all know that protest is not ideal, but it is an essential method of making change, and I am just so proud of them all, so proud.
We certainly are in desperate times, Linda. And have you heard anything at all from the activists?
No. No, I'm sorry. There's been limited contact, but I know that they're safe. And that's really what matters to me, darling.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to bring that up. I didn't mean to upset you, but how do you feel about the upcoming tribunal?
Look, with these kind of things, I feel that there can never be certainty of the outcome. However, I do know that these Greenpeace activists act with integrity and strive to not only do what is good, but to follow the law. And I'm obviously biased in my perspective, but I have faith in them. And with this in mind, I hope that the outcome reflects this. I mean, all we can do is hope for the best at this point, Darlene.
Yeah, we certainly hope this ends with a positive outcome for the protesters. Now, Linda, was there anything else that you wanted to discuss today?
Look, I just wanted to thank everyone for their ongoing support, really. I mean, it has been an incredibly tough time for the families and loved ones of those involved, and I don't think we could have shown the resilience that we have shown without the help of the wider community. And so I thought I would just let you all know that the support is truly appreciated.
The community is definitely brought together in times like these. Thank you so much for speaking with us today, Linda. We really got some rare insight into the evolving situation as someone who's directly involved.
Thank you for having me, darling.
We'll be right back.
Is the lost trial waiting room?
The Philippines is waiting for us to make a statement on funding responsibility on the oil spill. Is that not?
This is the tribunal.
So we'll do that. They want us to take the lead.
Just make sure the doors. Is the lost trial waiting room?
The Philippines is waiting for us to make a statement on funding responsibility on the oil spill. Is that not?
This is the tribunal.
So we'll do that. They want us to take the lead.
Yeah, I haven't got everyone here.
I just think like that we received the facility, especially because China's in charge of.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to commence the tribunal proceedings to hear the application for provisional measures, please. Could you all join into the DFAT room, please, where I'm located? The parties I have are Australia, China, Greenpeace, and Infinity. Could representatives of those parties just indicate that they're ready to proceed with the...
Ready to proceed.
Thank you. Australia, you ready to proceed? Okay, then, thank you. Australia, you ready to proceed? Thank you very much. Thank you. I've been appointed by ITLOS to conduct this arbitration and to hear the application for provisional measures. I understand that Australia is seeking provisional measures. So would Australia, would you like to lead off by ITLOS to conduct this arbitration and to hear the application for provisional measures? I understand that Australia is seeking provisional measures. So would Australia, would you like to lead off by ITLOS to conduct this arbitration and to hear the application for provision? Sorry, there's a bit of a technical issue there with the echoing. So I just would invite us in support of an application for provisional measures, and in particular, what is the basis for such an application? Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honour. Australia is applying, Commonwealth Australia is applying provisional measures on the basis of Article 290 of the United Nations Convention on the Sea. Do you want to bring it a bit closer? And that's on the basis that such a provisional measure would serve to preserve the respective rights of the parties in the dispute, or to prevent serious harm to the maritime environment. And Your Honour, we'll be submitting that here in this case on provisional measures. Initially, Your Honour, and that's on the basis that such a provisional measure would serve to preserve the respective rights of the parties in the dispute, or to prevent serious harm to the maritime environment. And Your Honour, we'll be submitting that here in this case on provisional measures. Initially.
Hello. I don't know whether you've dropped out or there's some broader technical issue. There's a lot of echo, massive amount of echo.
Yeah, I think we have to. Oh, can you yeah, this is muted. Apologies for that.
Apologies, Your Honour. We're having some technical.
Apologies to Council for Australia. I apologise for this technical issue. Would you please proceed?
Thank you, Your Honour. Your Honour, I'm not sure if my earlier statements were heard properly, so I'll just repeat. We're submitting on both grounds under Article 290 of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea that there should be provisional measures in this case. So that's first of all that it would the provisional measures would serve to preserve the respective rights of the parties, and the provisional measures to prevent serious harm to the maritime environment prior to a final decision being reached. Now, Your Honour, on this first point, this notion of preserving the respective rights of the parties, the Commonwealth of Australia will be presenting as internationally wrongful acts committed by the People's Republic of China will have a continuing character if provisional measures were not granted. And so that manifests itself in the continuing detention of the Australian citizens being held, and also in the continuing detention of the vessel. Your Honour, the crew of the vessel would continue to be deprived of their right to liberty and security, as well as their right to leave the territory and maritime areas under the jurisdiction of the Your Honour, we would submit that the settlement of a dispute between two states as to what Australia will be alleging is the internationally wrongful conduct of another state should not infringe upon the enjoyment of the individual rights and freedoms of the crew of the vessel in this instance. And Your Honour, to move to a secondary point pertaining to the second part of Article 290 and for provisional measures that are an UNCLOS, the notion of preventing serious harm to the maritime environment. Your Honour, we submit that the continuing detention of the vessel deprives it of access to repair measures and continuing maintenance measures. And there is precedent in the UNCLOS cases of Tiger and Arctic Sunrise to suggest that the prevention of maintenance of a vessel is a significant factor in indicating potential danger to the maritime environment that may occur as a result of lack of maintenance. And in support of that, we would submit that similarly to the vessel in Arctic Sunrise, this is a vessel of some age that has been extensively used, and the failure to adequately maintain it, as would occur if it were to be continually detained, bears the risk of environmental spillages, which are of particular note given the sensitive maritime environment of the South China Sea. Your Honour, so in conclusion, we would submit that not only is there grounds for provisional measures in terms of preventing the continuing deprivation of liberty of the individuals in question and the ship, but there is also a strong case on the basis of preserving the maritime environment. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you very much for your very clear and concise presentation in support of your application for provisional measures, and it is very useful for a decision in this matter for you to have referred to relevant cases. So I thank you for that. Is the representative of China present?
Yes, Your Honour, I'm here.
Well, thank you. I'd now like to hear from you in relation to this matter. If you could kindly state your position.
So yeah, I'm the Minister of State Security within the Chinese Communist Party.
Thank you.
So, Your Honour, I'd like to point towards the Australian delegation's criticism of our actions under United Nations laws, under the laws of the sea. Specifically, I'd like to rebuke that any country that acts in its own gross national interest harms international laws in some capacity. I would like to ask the Australian delegations on its current stance with asylum seeker detainment on Christmas Island, as well as issues around their inhumane detainment of these individuals over an extended period of time, much longer than the pirates operating under the Greenpeace vessel have been detained by the Chinese state. I would also like to remind the Australian delegation that the Infinity Incorporated ship acts as a private enterprise vessel and is under no Chinese funding or no government funding in maintaining its vessel. That is purely an issue for the private enterprise ownership. That's what we'll be relying on for our defence, Your Honour, and we'll move from there.
Thank you very much. Well, having heard from the representatives of the two states involved in this application process, I'd like to now hear from other interested parties, and I'd ask the Greenpeace representative to speak next.
Thank you, Your Honour. I'm aware that you're on a tight time schedule, so I'll be quick. Greenpeace would like to present 4 pieces of evidence to support the ongoing situation. Firstly, Greenpeace, by its very nature, is a non-violent organisation. It always has been, it always will be, non-violent and peaceful. It suggests what the Chinese people have been saying is that our people were conducting violence, which is a key aspect of piracy. By our laws and by our internal stipulations, that's against our charter. Secondly, we'd like to point out that Infinity Inc. has supported our claim to return the people to their home countries. Thirdly, the captain of the ship, William Sinclair, was discharged from the Navy in 2026 because of his physical condition. Therefore, we'd like to present that if the leader of the ship was unable to be violent, how could the leaders of the ship and the team? It was impossible, or he was unable to do that. Finally, we have received media communication that, apologies, because of the poor health of the captain, we therefore ask that he be immediately released, as with all other people that were involved. Finally, we believe that the onus is on China to prove that piracy occurred, and because piracy is innately violent, it is on them to prove how a non-violent organisation in Greenpeace displayed violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The only other entity that I have on my list wishing to make remarks or present a position in this process is Infinity, Representative Infinity. Would you like to proceed?
So we maintain that the most important factor to Infinity Inc. is the safety and security of its employees. We maintain that our crew did whatever they could to keep themselves safe and did not provoke any violence. We believe that the threats were made by Greenpeace protesters to the crew when they saw them approaching, and that threatened their safety and the operations of Infinity Inc. In response, the captain contacted a planned vessel in the area who responded by coming to their location. We firmly hold that this is not an act of violence, Your Honour. The protesters were then detained by the plan and taken on board and were taken to Yulin Naval Base on Hainan Island. This is not in relation to Infinity Inc., and we believe that Infinity Inc. is staying out of the diplomatic relations between the two nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no one else present who wishes to make a statement on this matter? Well, then I'd like to thank you all very much for your very comprehensive and very clear presentations in relation to the question of whether provisional measures should be granted. The tribunal will now retire, and we will consider whether such measures should be accorded in light of the presentations and the positions that you've expressed. So thank you very much, and we'll announce our decision shortly. Thank you. The tribunal is adjourned.
Hello and welcome to Mornings on SBC. Breaking news this 10 December. Last night there was a drill ship accident in the South China Sea. This has led to an oil spill that has the potential to rival the Deepwater Horizon spill. We've been previously following the rising tensions in the South China Sea as activists who were protesting against the drilling were detained, with the Chinese stating they were being violent and dangerous. Tensions are clearly at an all-time high, which will be further exacerbated by this new saga in the disaster. Last night, a fiery monsoon tore its way through the South China Sea, damaging one of the drill pipes of the ship. Now there have been varying recounts of how much oil is leaking into the ocean, but experts fear this could cause unprecedented damage. This will largely impact the Philippines, both environmentally and economically. Not only will this be of detriment to tourism, but the local fishing industries will also be devastated, potentially for years to come. We have reached out to our reporters on the ground, so we'll soon provide you with live updates on the situation as it unfolds. In other news, in the Western Australian Gibson Desert, there has been a new fossil discovery. A 5-year-old boy has been rescued by a lifeguard on Bondi Beach in Sydney, and dune erosion has reached an all-time high in Byron Bay. Stay tuned for more, including a special report on the increasing dangers of space junk. Welcome back to SBC News. This morning I have the pleasure of chatting with the Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Jack. Welcome, Jack.
Thank you.
Can you begin by giving us a quick rundown on how the Australian government and DFAT views the situation in terms of who's liable?
Yeah, well, the Australian government is, our hearts go out to the Philippine people and the government and even the effects that it's have on the environment. And this is, a concern for us, and we definitely, we do want to play our part in this. In terms of who's accountable, there is evidence or there's suggestions that evidence does point to China, but Australia is not at this point in time ready to make a statement on who's exactly responsible. We just want to help out as much as we can and ensure that the prosperity and security within the region is maintained.
And in Australia wanting to help out, will it further involve itself in the situation?
Yes, we're planning to at this point in time.
Yeah. So is Australia willing to provide assistance in the cleanup of the oil spill, and what would that look like?
Australia is willing to assist within the cleanup of the oil spill. And in terms of what that will look like, we are in consort with the Philippine government on exactly what they're looking for, and as this looks like it's a big effect on the Philippine environment, we're willing to help them where it's needed, that's our position at this point in time.
And on top of what you already mentioned about it impacting the Philippine environment, are there other ways that you think it will impact the security of the Indo-Pacific region?
I think with, this is a crisis with what's been going on, and this is further adding to things that are going on within the region, and this is a great time where we can all come together and focus on what's really important in the region, and through collaboration of states, we can focus on the environment and the effects it's going to have on the region.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, Jack.
Cool, thank you.
We'll be back shortly after a break. Welcome back to SBC News. The Queensland Government and police are reporting that a large piece of space debris landed in the state's north overnight after plunging into the Earth's atmosphere, causing minor damage to infrastructure and housing. Suggestions have been made that the debris was a remnant of an American rocket. The uncontrolled return of the rocket's core stage has raised questions about responsibility for space junk, which has become an increasingly destructive problem in recent years. Only last year, a piece of space junk crashed down to Earth in Indonesia, causing significant damage to rural areas. Space experts continue to emphasize the need for greater investments into research that focuses on technological solutions to space junk. Specifically, how manufacturers design rockets to disintegrate into smaller pieces upon re-entry, as well as technology that will allow junk to be removed from space itself. Some, however, are arguing against such research, arguing that similar technology could have destructive implications by allowing malicious actors to remove functioning and necessary satellites from states. In other news, an Australian housing market is showing signs of significant decline after years of growth and then stagnation. The median house price fell by 3% during November, a cause for celebration for hopeful home buyers. However, investors are warning that significant devaluations in real estate will have significant negative implications for the broader economy. And tensions are rising in the lead up to the upcoming general election in the United Kingdom, with neither Labour Party candidate Nadia Whitcomb nor Conservative candidate Sarah Britcliffe showing a clear lead. And that's all for now. Stay tuned for our next segment after a short break. Hello and welcome to SBC News. Today we have a special guest joining us, the CEO of Hartley Industries, Thomas Ivanov, for a special announcement. Welcome, Thomas.
It's actually Ivanov, but anyway. I guess it's a pleasure to chat with you today. I am sure, as you have all heard by now, about the Infinity Incorporated incident in the South China Sea. The oil spill is a disaster, one that we wish would have been avoided. However, no one could have predicted the natural disaster that struck. Even if we had, it is unlikely nothing more could be done. Here, I say we because Hartley Industries is in fact a major shareholder in Infinity Incorporated. As much as I would love to distance myself from this incident, we are a company that values integrity, transparency, which means we take responsibility when it is necessary. Profits over humans.
So why have you decided to make this announcement now, only after the oil spill, but not when it became obvious that the drill ship had been in contested waters?
Hartley Industries is a major shareholder, yes, but we are not the ones driving the ships. Simple as that. We respect the sovereignty of states, and so does Infinity Incorporated. It is likely the drill ship was just passing through contested waters. I stand by the integrity of the company. We have decided to make this announcement as we believe in accountability, although the oil spill is a disaster we could not have prevented or predicted. We must work towards amending the situation.
Even though you maintain that you couldn't have prevented or predicted the oil spill, how will Hartley Industries work to amend the situation now that it's happened?
A lot of blame being put on Hartley Industries when we weren't driving the ship, but Hartley Industries has already donated large amounts of money to non-government organisations on the ground, cleaning up the oil spill on the shores and the oceans of the Philippines. We believe that these organisations are best equipped to deal with the situation.
It's actually equipped.
Well, here it actually says equipped, so I guess we'll have to have a bit of a word with your employees later on, but anyway. Ivanov, but anyway, to deal with the situation. As not only do they need to understand the processes of cleaning up oil spills, they need to understand the priorities and needs of the Filipino people. We always strive to be effective and efficient, and thus we believe that careful donations are key. We also support the Australian government's involvement in the cleanup. As a regional partner, it is essential that we support other states in need.
And was there anything else that you wanted to share with our audience today?
There's lots I would like to share, but unfortunately, your media company has not afforded me the time. Clearly we are not important, but nonetheless, I want to stress that this spill will be cleaned. State governments and private companies alike are extremely invested in this causing as little damage as possible. This will not be a repeat of Deepwater Horizon. We have the financial backing to follow through and to do what is necessary to remedy the situation.
Thank you for speaking with us today, Thomas.
No, thank you for having me.
That was Hartley Industries CEO Thomas Ivanov with the latest development on the unfolding Infinity Inc. situation in the China Sea. Hartley Industries has now been revealed as a major shareholder in the Chinese oil company that recently ignited regional tensions by transiting into contested waters. This also drew the Australia's response to the legal issue and oil spill into the spotlight and increased pressure on the Australian government to act swiftly to resolve the issue. We'll be right back.
Good morning and welcome to SBC News this Sunday the 16th of December. Coming up today we have an update on the typhoon in the South China Sea with the subsequent oil leak rapidly expanding and likely to hit the shores of the Philippines in the coming days. Later in the program is an interview with Emily, a former member of the US Coast Guard, who will be in the studio to discuss the oil spill spreading in the South China Sea. Also ahead, the Prime Minister has hinted at a royal visit from King William, and a suburb of Sydney has been crowned as the most expensive place to live in Australia. Breaking news this morning in what could be the biggest maritime disaster since Deepwater Horizon. The typhoon that has ravaged its way through the South China Sea damaged the drill pipe of the Infinity Inc. drill ship, causing an oil leak predicted to be more severe than original estimates. The typhoon caused the capsize of a newly relocated oil rig owned by the Chinese company Infinity Inc. It is believed that debris from the typhoon caused damage to the drill pipe, which has caused a rapidly expanding oil spill. At this stage, the estimated death toll of the capsize is believed to be at 61. However, the typhoon is severely restricting the response effort. No crew members have been personally accounted for, with the death toll expected to rise. We expect that once the typhoon subsides, rescue crews will be able to access the area and we will have a more accurate indication of the death toll and severity. We do know at this stage that the oil spill is yet to be contained and a strong northeasterly wind is pulling the spill towards the west coast of the Philippines. Very early reports suggest that the oil spill is leaking over 15,000 gallons an hour, but the depth of the spill and varied reports suggest that this figure may increase as information emerges. The potential impact is severe. Satellite imaging and theoretical models suggest that the spill would be the biggest maritime disaster of the decade. An oil spill of this severity will pose significant risks to the surrounding marine life, with risks of severe population declines, which will then pose economic costs to those in surrounding countries, and particularly in the Philippines. We will continue to update you on the story as we gain more information. We'll be right back. All right, you ready?
Excited. So how did they account for 6?
Welcome back to SBC News. Here to provide insight into the Infinity Inc. oil spill is Emily, a former employee of the US Coast Guard between 2002 and 2016, who was heavily involved in the aftermath of the Deepwater Horizon spill in the Gulf of Mexico. Good morning, Emily. It's a pleasure to have you today.
Good morning, Darlene. It's great to be here.
Now, you worked in the cleanup of the Deepwater Horizon, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So tell me, what were your first thoughts about the severity of the Deepwater Horizon leak?
I was shocked by the Deepwater Horizon spill. It's one of those things that you just can't fathom until you actually see the ramifications. It's something that will stay with me for the rest of my life, and I truly hope that our world would not see something like that again. I'd been involved in other ocean spills and leaks, so I had some ideas of going into it, but there really was nothing that could have prepared me for the extent of this leak and the damage it caused to the Gulf.
Now, the cleanup of Deepwater Horizon was a very long and difficult process, so what do you think the key challenges are in restoring marine and coastal environments here?
Oh, I definitely think there are a few factors that come into play. Firstly, environmental ones. The typhoon is going to be a big issue. It is very expensive to clean up a spill, and the typhoon will only make it more difficult and increase the environmental toll. We must make smart and immediate investments that address the most damaging areas of the spill. It's necessary that individual projects come together to equal more than their worth, because this response effort will be very demanding and costly, and it's so important that the cleanup response is getting everything it can out of the resources it has. But there are also diplomatic challenges. With Deepwater Horizon, the United States took the lead and made significant contributions to the cleanup effort because we were so heavily involved and impacted by it. But I just don't see the lines being as clear-cut in the Infinity Inc. case. The question will be on what China sees their role as being, but ultimately if they refuse to step up, we could be entering a real political fiasco in determining liability, which could delay the cleanup response, which is very problematic. So let's just hope we don't get to that stage.
So even though it's certainly hard to say, how long do you think it will take for the restoration program to be carried out?
It's hard to say, Darlene, but one thing's for certain is that it won't be a quick fix. It's practically impossible to completely clean up a spill, and this time round it will be particularly difficult due to the typhoon. The typhoon is going to be a real problem because it is carrying the oil further and wider, which makes it more and more difficult to locate and clean, which will mean that it will harm more of the environment. No real estimation of how long the cleanup will take can be made until we stop the leak and are able to identify the severity of the spread and whether or not it has hit the shores. At the end of the day, we really need the typhoon to die down so response missions can get in and stop the leak, and then proper recon of the area can be undertaken to gauge just how big and complex the response will be.
And what do you believe can be done to prevent similar spillages from happening in the future?
Well, Darlene, deep water drilling is very risky and requires extensive safety precautions, but at this stage there is no indication yet of whether the Infinity Inc. drillship didn't follow safety protocol. Listening to experts and taking serious safety protocols can only go so far when a typhoon like this one ravages the sea. Some risks just can't be avoided, and this is such a problem because when things go wrong on an oil rig, they go very wrong. We only have countless examples. The sad thing is that Deepwater Horizon and Infinity Inc. are not the only case studies. We see the risks and dangers of deep sea drilling over and over again. That's one of the reasons that deep sea drilling is not an ideal source of energy. If we really want this to stop happening, then we need to be making a conscious shift away from deep sea drilling. Too much is put into the hands of Mother Nature and the consequences are dire.
So do you think that Infinity Inc. spill will be a wake-up call for governments and people around the world on the dangers of deep sea drilling or not?
What we have seen post-Deepwater Horizon is that the people don't seem to think about where their energy is coming from and what the trade-offs are for using so much of it. Look, I can be hopeful that recent climate change protests and dedication to the environment, like we've seen with the Greenpeace detainment, will result in a change in societal attitudes and a shift to green energy. But history doesn't suggest that an environmental disaster of this extent will be enough to change international energy usage. When you have seen an environmental disaster like this, just the insane effects and damage on animals and marine life, you feel compelled to ensure it does not happen again. But since these spills, we've just seen advancements in this technology with deeper and deeper drilling further offshore. Right now, the technology allows us to drill twice as deep as Deepwater Horizon. We keep using our resources and going out searching for more, and the sad thing is, Deepwater Horizon didn't even remotely hamper drilling exploits. People just ignore the damage, so it's inevitable that we are seeing another spill. And you know what, as much as I would love to see a reduction, realistically, I just don't see Infinity Inc. changing anything.
Thank you, Emily, for your insight into the spill. It's been really great having you with us today, and your interview has been very enlightening. We'll now cut to a short break before we invite the federal opposition leader to discuss the Australian response to the spill. We'll be right back. Welcome back to SBC News. In other news, the Prime Minister has hinted that King William may be scheduled for a visit down under in the coming months. In a press conference yesterday evening, the Prime Minister hinted at the long-awaited visit of the King. The trip would be the first royal visit since the death of his late father Charles. It is unknown if other members of the royal family will be joining him. And a suburb in Sydney's eastern suburbs has broken the record for the most expensive one in Australia, with the Crown going to Darling Point. The neighbourhood has consistently been ranked in the top 10 most expensive suburbs in Australia, but this is the first year it has been ranked number 1. A property in Darling Point is estimated to set you back $15.3 million, with Bellevue Hill and Tamarama taking second and third place. This is despite falling median house prices across the country. That concludes our program for today. From all of us here at SBC, we wish you good night this Sunday, the 16th of December. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to SBC News. This Monday on the 17th, we have an interview with Gabriel Santos, who is a fisherman from the Philippines, and Gabriel will be sharing his thoughts on the oil spill spreading throughout the South China Sea. Good morning, Gabriel.
Good morning, Darlene.
What was your first reaction when you found out about the oil spill?
Well, one moment I was telling myself it was fine. The next I was convinced that our community would never recover. We were worried enough about the typhoon, but now with the spill we just do not know how we are going to cope. But there is a sense of unease because the typhoon is still ravaging through the South China Sea. And the longer it lasts, the more damage we will suffer. I'll be honest, Darlene, our community has grown very fearful of our futures.
Do you remember where you were when you first found out about the spill?
I remember I was at the docks sorting my fish, and my friend told me he heard about an oil leak. I'll be honest, I didn't think much of it at the time, but then I heard more people talking about it, and apparently there was a Coast Guard boat that could see the spill. After that, I started to get quite scared. Our whole livelihood, me and my family and our community, is dependent on those fish. If we can't fish, we can't sell and we can't live.
And how do you feel about the current international response to the travesty? Do you have positive feelings about it, or?
Well, I got my daughter to check the news sites and I can't see enough action taken to stop the leak. The reports are saying that they think it will reach our shores, and that just cannot happen. We rely on these waters for sustenance. I hope that the response is thinking about how the leak is going to be impacting our communities. We do not have enough savings to survive. Our government may not contribute enough to help. Sitting here relying on the goodwill of people and organisations of other countries is a really scary position to be in, really scary.
Do you think that anyone should be held accountable for the spill?
I don't know if someone or a company should be held responsible. My first thought is Infinity Inc., but then I think of all those men that died and the typhoon, and I don't know if it was their fault. I think that what matters most right now is that no matter who is responsible, the international community comes together to treat this and stop the spread, because we really need help. It would be a shame to see the people fighting over who is responsible and ignoring the response effort, because right now we need people to step up regardless of the liability.
And is there anything else that you would like to tell our viewers before you go?
Yes, thank you, Darlene. To my friends and our community, I want to tell them to stay strong. We can get through anything as long as we stick together and support each other. And to anyone else watching, I would kindly ask you to all to keep us and all those affected in your prayers. I hope that this spill brings everyone together and we can work to stop it before it reaches other countries.
Well, thank you for your time and insight, Gabriel. It's been great having you in the studio. We wish you all the best for your community and your family during this time. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to the SBC. I would now like to welcome the opposition leader into the studio. Good afternoon, Mr. Ramsey. Great to have you here today.
Good to be with you, Genevieve.
I want to begin by asking your opinion on the Labor government's response to the spill. Do you think they deserve credit for the way they've handled the crisis thus far?
Well, I presume that's a trick question. I mean, it's been extremely poor what we've seen. I mean, the Liberal Party always tries.
Welcome back to the SBC. I would now like to welcome the opposition leader into the studio. Good afternoon, Mr. Ramsey. Great to have you here today.
Good to be with you, Genevieve.
I want to begin by asking your opinion on the Labor government's response to the spill. Do you think they deserve credit for the way they've handled the crisis thus far?
Well, I presume that's a trick question. I mean, it's been extremely poor what we've seen. I mean, the Liberal Party always tries to be bipartisan on matters of national security, but on this, it's just been an absolute disgrace. As usual, this government is paying the price for being weak on China. It's just getting nothing done. We've seen the Attorney General's department mucking around on social media, irresponsible use of social media without getting to the substantive issues. I'm really not understanding what this government is doing. We've been sitting back while the US has already committed aid to the Philippines, our partners in the region. What are we doing? China, would you believe, is actually funding the cleanup of this disaster. And they'll be recovering the money from the corporation involved, of course, which seems like a logical approach. How have we mismanaged this so badly that they've got in first? So really, it's been mismanaged from the get-go. We've got absolutely no military presence in the region. I would have thought, just as a basic measure, we would have some form of physical presence in the area, just in case things went even further south, which frankly is hard to imagine, Genevieve.
Thanks, Mr. Ramsey. Now, obviously, as leader of the opposition, if the Liberal Party was in government, what would be your approach to the spill in the South China Sea at the moment?
Well, Genevieve, I think one of the key factors is that Australia needs to maintain its prominent role in the Southeast Asian region by working with regional partners to establish a comprehensive response that will address the spill in a time-efficient manner. Now, clearly we're not seeing that. The response effort needs to focus on stopping the spill and then cleaning up the oil before it continues to spread and carry across the ocean. In addition to this, there needs to be an international humanitarian response that helps the people who will be affected by the spill. At the end of the day, it's going to come down to listening to the experts and coordinating with other countries like our friends in New Zealand to ensure this spill does not pose long-term negative consequences for the region. Having said all this, there needs to be a diplomatic focus. So we as a country pride ourselves on being a key actor in the Asia-Pacific region, so we should be working to ensure that we maintain this reputation whilst keeping responsible parties accountable.
Okay, so you talk about keeping responsible parties accountable, Who are these parties and what does this accountability look like to you?
Well, Genevieve, look, I think it's pretty clear that there's a need for certain countries to take some form of responsibility. In the Deepwater Horizon situation, the United States government shouldered a lot of the response effort because it was in their region and the oil rig was operated by an American company. Infinity Incorporated is a Chinese company that has been operating their drill ship around the South China Sea. I would expect that they would have done their due diligence when selecting the Sabina Shoal as a location for the rig, but I'd urge for a proper investigation to be undertaken into this process, because if their rig was not equipped to withstand adverse weather, then it should never have been moved or really should never have been in operation. I think that most of the international community, especially those who will be greatly impacted by the spill, will expect Infinity Inc. and China to be responding to this spill with earnest, and that an official investigation will take place like it did with Deepwater Horizon.
So would you support the Labor government if they use this crisis to encourage a shift away from deep sea drilling and non-renewables and live up to their election promise to create a cleaner Australia?
Well, look, the thing is, I don't think their election promise was about a significant increase in electricity. The damage to the environment from the spill is a tragedy. However, there are other clean fuels such as nuclear, and they've also had bad environmental impacts. No power source comes without some sort of risk, Genevieve, it's got to be said. Yes, deep sea drilling and fossil fuels pose environmental risks, that hydro and wind pose financial catches. Yes, in a perfect world, we would all be using renewable energy across the whole world, in fact, but the reality is that people do not want to pay for it. At this point in time, we just do not have the technology or the infrastructure to provide affordable and accessible clean energy. What the government's embarking on now is a transition which is too rapid into renewables. Now, we all support a reduction in emissions and a credible pathway to do that. We all support an introduction of renewables into the system, but the government's path needs to be practical and not bankrupt the people. I think of a lot of Australians thought they heard the Prime Minister say before the election that he had a plan to deal with the cost of living pressures, and a switch away from deep sea drilling is not going to help with that. Just look at the cost of fuel back during the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The costs went through the roof and we did not have the resources to cope, and ultimately the people are the ones who paid. It won't be efficient, it won't be cheap, and the people will suffer because of it. The Liberal Party supports exploring all fuel sources, including hydrogen and battery technology, to provide a secure energy future for Australia, but it is pivotal that it is in a time and manner that works for the people of Australia, Genevieve.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. I appreciate your time today, and we've appreciated having you on the program, and we wish you well.
Thanks, good to be with you.
And that concludes our program this afternoon. Thank you for being with us today. And from the team here at SBC News, we wish you all well this Monday, the 17th of December. Good night.
Welcome back to SBC News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled programming with breaking news from the South China Sea. China's president has released an inflammatory statement accusing the United States and Australia of conducting illegal military activities in the Scarborough Shoal. At this stage, we know that the office of the Chinese president released a statement accusing the United States and Australia of, quote-unquote, ignoring basic truths and trampling on the international laws and norms of the United States Convention on the Law of the Sea. They have stated that the People's Liberation Army will take strong measures to thwart any interference by external forces in their ocean territory. The US president has responded in an interview, saying that he was not aware that the information was made public, while he profusely denied the accusation from the Chinese president. There are concerns that these tensions could obstruct the response to the cleanup effort for a recent oil spill that occurred in the Sabina Shoal off the coast of the Philippines. We will keep you updated as these events unfold. We'll be right back. Welcome back to SBC News. For those just joining us, tensions in the South China Sea have been heightened following the oil leak from the Infinity Inc. drill ship. In light of the Infinity Inc. oil spill, the US PAC Secretary has announced a regional meeting to bring together all involved parties to aid a solution in this crisis. Representatives from China, the US, the Philippines, Greenpeace, Infinity Inc., and various Australian government departments have been invited to attend. The meeting is expected to address key concerns regarding the spill. No set agenda has been released, but we expect that the coordination of the cleanup effort will be high on the priority list. It is expected that all representatives will attempt to hash out the details of this issue and come to a comprehensive agreement on a plan forward. And that brings tonight's news to a close on this Tuesday evening. After 5 long hours at the SBC desk, this is my final broadcast. I'm Darlene Rollins, and from all of us at SBC News, we thank you for joining us and see you tomorrow.
23rd meeting of the US PAC arrangement, and we're gathering here today at the end of 2029 to discuss recent tragic and serious events in this part of the world. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land in Australia on which we're calling in from today. And I pay my respects to their elders past and present. And I extend this respect to any First Nations people who may be represented in other countries. Honourable guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome you officially to the US PAC meeting for 2029. I thank especially the Executive Secretary of US PAC for selecting Australia to host this year's meeting. And I'd also like to extend my gratitude to all of you who have worked so tirelessly to make US PAC a success. As this year's host, it is an honour to be in the room of people dedicated to addressing regional crises and challenges. And as we all know, we've had some serious ones in recent days. Every one of you brings a unique perspective, and I look forward to seeing how we can all come together for the betterment of the region and all the people who live in it. This summit will be focused essentially on the oil spill, the effects of the typhoon, the tragic loss of life that has occurred in the South China Sea, and the events that have taken place in our political domain. We will begin by our proceedings with opening statements from each representative before starting our formal discussions and conversation. And I now invite the representatives from the United States to lead off in the discussions.
I don't think the United States is present.
I think the United States may not be present. Can I now ask for the representative of China to lead off in the discussions?
Yes, China acknowledges that the coal,
The United States may not be present.
there's like a delay in the stream, that the oil spill is a great environmental tragedy. And China is willing to willing to put forth 50% of the financial efforts into recovery from the spill. Sorry, I'm just gonna have to end this for a bit.
I think we've got the United States present now.
Willing to put forward 50% of the financial efforts into recovery from the spill. Sorry, I'm just gonna have to do this bit.
Set up the SBC. It's a tactical, technical difficulty.
Probably. All right, so that means it's
Sorry about that, we're back. The stream has been muted. Yeah, so to start again.
Yes, please, China.
Yep. China acknowledges that this has been a terrible crisis situation with the oil spill, and it has a great impact on the surrounding nations. We are willing to up to 50% of the resources required to clean up, and we'd like to state that this multilateral action required to fix this issue will need to be multilateral, and all the states involved will need to put aside their differences in order for
as long as you're good to respond on that, it's all good. As long as you're good to respond on that, we're all good, I think. Delay's no big deal. We'll mute it when you talk.
Sorry about that. The stream has been used to actual action required to fix this issue. Yeah, so start again. China acknowledges that this has been a terrible crisis situation with the oil spill, and it has a great impact on the surrounding nations. We are willing to up to 50% of the resources required to clean up, and the United States that this multilateral action required to fix this issue will need to be multilateral, and all the states involved need to provide this.
I'm sorry.
Delegates, going back to the start, can we resume with China, please?
Okay. China acknowledges the horrific nature of this environmental crisis with the oil spill that's going to affect all the countries in the area. We would like to remind everyone that this is a multilateral action with all the states involved, and that China is very willing to be at the forefront of this. We are going to contribute our Navy and Army resources with aid from the US, Australia, and the Philippines.
Thank you, China. Can I now have the representative of the United States of America, please?
Yes. We can also firmly agree that this was a terrible tragedy and that solutions must be drawn upon from our regional actors both effectively and quickly. However, we also must state that this was a preventable problem and preventable issue, and that it's ironic that the Chinese government are always open and fast to quickly grab a response towards these issues. However, they are always the least able to provide any sort of solutions or preventative actions towards entering into these crises events.
Thank you, United States. Can I now ask for the representatives of the Philippines to speak?
Yes, thank you. We bring forward 4 issues to the table today. Firstly, we want to establish that there has been large amounts of exclusive economic zone encroachment on the Philippines. Here, we will call for calm and a demilitarized posture regarding our own exclusive economic zone from both China and the United States of America, and a reduction in ships with defensive capabilities appearing in this exclusive economic zone. Secondly, regarding the oil spill, we thank everyone for engaging broadly with the cleanup and reaffirm our position that the multilateral cleanup is appreciated. Thirdly, the environmental and humanitarian aid cooperations in this region, it is imperative that these must continue, and we hope to sustain this dialogue through the US PAC into the future so that it might. Finally, all issues regarding the South China Sea. These have been core to all the issues of the past few days. For that matter, in this meeting, we hope to raise Article 87 and 58 of the Treaty on the Law of the Sea regarding EEZ and how to classify islands within the South China Sea. We also want to reaffirm the decision of China and the Philippines, which noted that China was not legally able to call their islands, or artificial reefs rather, islands. We will get into that rebuttal later should it arise in this meeting, but it's something that we want to put on the table and reaffirm. So the earlier issues I discussed regarding our exclusive economic zone encroachments don't necessarily come up as issues insofar as it causes the problems we have seen in the past few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. Can I hear from the representative of Greenpeace Australia, please?
We here at the Greenpeace share the message that this disaster has been quite sad and unfortunate for the region. We would also like to comment that Greenpeace remains committed to its core message of peaceful and non-violent activism. This disaster has sent shockwaves throughout the world and damaged the livelihood of those in the immediate region. The international community ultimately failed to prevent the disaster, and future generations will have to pay that bill. But it is with great sadness that I also note that this meeting in particular has seemed to forget the people that were at the heart of this disaster. Too often, I think we focus on the politics and really lose sense of what we should be talking about. There can be no more discussion from us until and our demands are that the people who have been left in China be returned to their home countries, and the boat that Greenpeace lost is returned to Greenpeace. Thank you.
Thank you, Greenpeace. Can I hear from a representative of Infinity Incorporated?
Thank you, the Honourable Prime Minister of Australia. I would like to begin by emphasising that Infinity Incorporated is greatly saddened by this incident and its devastating impact on the environment, the people of Philippines, and any other people affected by the oil spill. Without taking any responsibility for the oil spill that was caused by a devastating typhoon, Infinity Incorporated recognizes that the cleanup for this incident requires cooperation between various actors. Infinity, in reducing these negative implications, is willing to contribute to the cleanup effort and cooperate with any actors involved in the cleanup effort. We have three main issues that we want to address. Firstly is that Infinity did not take any actions to cause these situations. It was merely caused by a devastating typhoon, and therefore there can be no liability and blame placed on Infinity for this oil spill. The second issue is that we are willing to cooperate in the cleanup. As I mentioned a moment ago, although we're not liable for this spill, we are greatly dedicated in cooperating in the collaborative effort because we believe that that's in the interest of the region. This could include monetary assistance in the efforts to mitigate the continuing negative implications of oil spill and the awful effects of it on surrounding countries. We are contributing to this. And the third issue we want to address is the future operations of Infinity. We are a private company and we want to ensure that we are able to safely continue with our operations. We started this drilling operation in order to combat the oil shortage that has ravaged the world, and we want to continue this for the betterment of the global economy. Thank you.
Can I just ask how many lives were lost in the capsize of the drill ship, please?
Sorry, was that addressed towards me?
Yes, you own the ship, don't you?
We don't have any information about that at the moment.
Well, how many people constituted the crew? Because as far as I'm aware, nobody's life has been saved.
We are willing to contribute to that effort as well to ensure the safety of our crew, but none of them were hurt in the incident before the oil spill.
When drill ships normally capsize, there's quite a considerable loss of life. The most recent event I know of, 96 people died, when that occurred. And I can't believe that Infinity got away scot-free on this occasion.
Yeah, so if China can step in, we know the numbers. 77 of the 101 workers on the drill ship have died.
Thank you, Chana. Can I now move to the Australian authorities? And I'd like to begin with the national intelligence community, please.
The national intelligence community has been conducting intelligence gathering operations in the South China Sea since the Sea Tiger first interacted with Infinity Inc.'s oil rig and subsequently China. Our primary concern is regarding the health and safety of the crew of the Sea Tiger and the extent of the environmental disaster unfolding in the South China Sea. We implore collaboration between intelligence agencies in the region, China in the Philippines in particular, as well as abroad, namely the US, in the hopes of aiding cleanup efforts and monitoring the extent of the environmental impact and economic impact in the region.
Thank you from the national intelligence community. Can we hear now from a representative of the Australian Department for the Attorney General?
Thank you. AGD can advise that the position Australia has.
You want to?
1 second, Prime Minister.
Stand up. Let's get stand up. You want to look, try and position yourself. I don't know where the camera is. The camera's in the back. Isn't it? Yeah.
Thank you, Prime Minister. AGD can advise that it's the position of the Australian government that the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea contains no prohibition on military activities undertaken within the exclusive economic zone of a third state, or a second state rather. The United Nations Convention sets out a framework of rights that states accrue with respect to their exclusive economic area. It does not in any place contain any explicit prohibition on military activities. And the position is that the rights in the EEZ exist on top of the freedoms that states receive within the high seas. In the default position is the freedoms allotted to states under the law of the high seas, unless otherwise provided for. Now, Article 87 of the Convention provides that freedom of navigation is a right that applies to all states, and there's widespread state practice to support the idea that that freedom of navigation applies to military vessels. Article 58 of UNCLOS also provides that that right of freedom of navigation applies within the exclusive economic zone. So in summation, Prime Minister, there is a very strong argument supporting the position of Australia that any military activity undertaken within the exclusive economic zone of another state is lawful under international law. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My understanding is that you're saying that an exclusive economic zone is not a territorial sea or a customs zone. Is that correct?
Yes, per the convention, Prime Minister, the regions are distinct entities defined by differing distances, respectively, from the coast of the state. So the exclusive economic zones extends considerably beyond the territorial sea and has a very, very different legal regime to that operates within the territorial sea.
Good, thank you very much. Can I now ask the representative from the Department of Defence to speak?
Hi, everyone. In order to point out to everyone, in particular to Infinity, how important the lives lost to are, we believe that 77 of the 101 crew did die from the capsizing of that ship. But irrespective of that, the Australian Defence Force seeks to highlight its ongoing desire to support our partners and our interests in the Indo-Pacific region. We are the saddest of you all regarding the disaster that unfolded. Within this, we seek to act in our interests without assumption of increasing tension between China, who was not held to the same inactive standard. Any action we would have taken was argued to be aggressive by DFAT, But we believe that providing humanitarian aid is important given our role in the Indo-Pacific region and is important to maintaining our relationships with the ASEAN countries, as well as supporting our strategic partners. The top issues we would like to discuss are as follows. We believe that we should have the right to participate in non-aggressive military operations in strategically valuable regions, such as humanitarian aid, provide appropriate and meaningful humanitarian mission contributions, respond appropriately to other actors in the region, such as China, without every action being argued to be aggressive, which was limiting our response, and the timeliness of our response, which I'm sure impacted the Philippines greatly. And we request that there is improved collaboration and improved collaboration between the Department of Defense, DFAT, and PMC, as well as reduced miscommunication. Thank you.
Thank you, Defence. And now we'll turn to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade before turning to my own department.
Good afternoon. DFAT would like to lead by recognising DFAT's core responsibility as being a beacon for Australian citizens and Australia internationally. And in line with that, we'd like to raise the issue that the Greenpeace Australian citizens have not yet been repatriated to Australia, and China is disregarding the order of the tribunal to repatriate Australian citizens following the posting of $1 million of bail from DFAT to the PRC. Secondly, DFAT would like to recognise that the oil rig and the construction of the oil rig in the Shoal is the cause of the incident, and without human intervention, there would be no oil spill. And then finally, we would like to recognise that DFAT aimed to coordinate a response with the United States and China to resolve the situation of the oil spill. However, there was a failure of China to uphold the standards of international cooperation and diplomacy, and at several stages throughout the entire pipeline of coordination, we hit bricks and road walls in trying to come to a conclusion at what was best for the people that are affected at the end of the crisis. Thank you, and looking forward to continue the discussion.
All right, and now last but not least, the Department of Prime Minister and the Cabinet.
Hello. First of all, we'd like to extend our greatest condolences to those affected by the tragedy. And we have three priorities that we would like to put forth. Firstly, the Australian position on providing humanitarian assistance to the Philippines. The Australian government, via collaboration between the Defence and DFAT, will provide humanitarian aid to the Philippines. One passive vessel containing humanitarian supplies and ADF personnel, such as engineers and medical personnel, will be sent to the site of the oil spill to assist with relief efforts. The Philippines delegation will ensure that the safety of the Australian personnel to avoid any armed Australian military presence. Secondly, negotiations to repatriate detained Greenpeace activists who are Australian citizens. DFAT will engage with the US to establish diplomatic negotiations to repatriate detained Greenpeace activists. If no reply is received by the US, DFAT will directly engage in discussions with China for repatriation. Third, and lastly, coordinating with environmentalist groups to determine next steps to manage environmental impact in the future. The Australian government is concerned about the ongoing impact of the oil spill, and we request the Prime Minister to discuss actions to manage environmental impacts with other actors going forward. That is all.
All right, everybody, thank you for your contributions. We've now got 10 minutes for conversation and discussion. I think there's very broad agreement that the countries of the region will help each other in dealing with the environmental disaster that has occurred following the sinking of the drill ship. And there's also, I think, quite strong agreement that humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations should go unhindered by political concerns. On the question of the repatriation from China of, firstly, the Australian and US personnel that are now in Chinese hands, a concerted action by both those governments to approach the government of China to get expeditious action on that would be appreciated. And of course, there remains the concern of the return of the Sea Tiger ship that the Chinese government has also taken possession of. That leads us finally then to talk about the status of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. We've heard from delegates that potentially there are some frictions in our understanding of the provisions of the convention. And as we heard in our discussions, the status of an exclusive economic zone versus the status of a territorial sea or a customs zone. And presumably, given the United States' interest potentially of ratifying that convention, which is only 55 years old now, and some of the frictions that we've seen surface in our region, I wonder if there would be broad agreement in this meeting that maybe it's time to have a look at the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and bring it up to date to meet modern standards.
If I'm able to quickly cut in there, as Vice President, I'm happy to. Am I echoing? That's okay. As Vice President of the US, I'm happy to announce that America has become a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. So we would like to reiterate our position that we support all things associated with that, and China, and we condemn China's violation of the Philippines' EEZ rights.
Well, I think that's interesting since it's taken the United States so long to come to ratification. But does the United States appreciate that maybe a new convention could deal with some of the issues we're now trying to deal with, or would the United States prefer to stay on the convention as it is?
I think to negotiate a new treaty at this stage, considering that we've only just ratified UNCLOS. I think we should be prioritising the humanitarian cleanup for this immediate issue, and that's a discussion we can have at a later date.
All right. China, what do you think about UNCLOS and whether or not we should work on a new one?
I believe that we should work on a new UNCLOS that clarifies the situations of the modern age.
All right, and given that it took nearly 20 years to get UNCLOS 3, would China be prepared to spend 30 years negotiating UNCLOS 4?
Yes, of course, as long as it takes to maintain the international order and stability.
All right. What about the Philippines? What's your position?
Yeah, we completely disagree with that assertion that we need a new UNCLOS. We've got a valid UNCLOS. The only problems we have with it are parties now coming to agree with it. It's treaties like this are not meant to benefit everyone and get the optimal outcome for all parties. I'm sure the United States and China would love more bullishness in the region. That's just not something smaller nations can afford to do. We have UNCLOS that exists. We don't have the luxury of spending 30 years to negotiate a new one. What we need is compliance with this treaty. If it wasn't for blatant UNCLOS breaches in the past few days, we wouldn't have had the causation of these very, very serious crises. If China had not rammed a Philippines fishing boat with an armed warship in our region, we would not have had to bring in 2 United States frigates to patrol our 12 nautical miles of coastline. It is very clear when and how in UNCLOS military ships can be used. There are 3 provisions, right? For piracy, slave trade, radio broadcasting. We had no substantive reason from China as to why any of these justified the taking of the Seawolf in our territorial waters. They said broadly, oh, Australia locks people up, so we're allowed to lock people up as well. We found that decisively unpersuasive. We think this bullishness by larger regional powers who refuse to accept established treaties is what leads to regional instability. We completely decry their wanting for new treaties that benefit them specifically. We have had rulings in international courts regarding the South China Sea. We have the provisions now. There is no point spending 30 years to change it, which is going to lead to more deaths, which is going to lead to more tension.
And I take it from that statement from the Philippines that when your islands disappear under the sea, you won't be making a claim for the EEZs.
When our islands disappear under the sea, we cannot say that we have not tried. We have been trying to pull in so much regional response, and we have, right? But we are not contributors to climate change. We are not individuals who will send our drill ships through waters for our own economic gains. When our islands disappear, we're not so much going to be worried about the loss of territorial waters, but the massive loss of life, the massive climate refugees, the massive amounts of other crises that arise from that other nations will have to deal with, because we don't have the economic base nor the capabilities to address these, right? So when the Philippines starts to literally stop existing, I don't think we will be worried about our territorial claims so much as our own existential threat of existence as our islands disappear beneath the waves. So reiterating UNCLOS will stop major natural disasters from causing islands to sink. We will not have these problems if we could come to an international consensus now.
All right, thank you. Can I ask the Australian Defence Department whether one of those purpose-built LHD ships is going to be sent to the Philippines to assist with the humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations?
Hi, yes. It unfortunately came down to that it wasn't our decision. We were given conflicting messages by DFAT and P&C. We weren't looking to send any military vessels to the oil spill area. However, we're looking to send aid, which may be soldiers on a LHD, to the areas impacted by the typhoon. However, our advice was no, to not send a ship to the oil spill area.
Well, I think we better have a longer look at that, because it seems to me we've acquired 2 vessels which are eminently capable of assisting other countries in these kinds of operations. So, I'm sure there's quite a lot we can do. And that reminds me to ask the Attorney General whether they agree that maybe we should have a look at a new UNCLOS.
Thank you, Prime Minister. It's the position of AGD that UNCLOS remains quite a robust and suited framework for the current challenges we face. And really the position we put forward would largely echo that of the Philippines, in that the pressing challenges for UNCLOS, perhaps the reasons why there is some dissatisfaction amongst how international law operates, is a lack of compliance with the regime. And we could look at specific examples of arbitrations, such as that occurred in 2016 between People's Republic of China and the Philippines, as actually very compelling examples of the effectiveness and the suitability of the legal regime. The tribunal was able to very effectively use the principles in UNCLOS to come to a determination as to the law and provided a judgment, which was ultimately not complied with by the People's Republic. And I think it's certainly the position of AGD that the framework remains strong, but the challenges really are ensuring compliance with the regime.
Yes, that's very interesting. But when I was in the Pacific Islands 6 months ago, I was very strongly lectured by the leaders of some Pacific Island countries that are suffering seriously from sea level rise about their future viability. And it does seem to me that this is an issue that has to be addressed, otherwise it'll be nothing but trouble.
Prime Minister, with respect to the impacts of climate change and sea level rise, there are a number of other forums and mechanisms that provide legal recourse. For example, the recent conference of parties held by the UN considered the issue of continuing statehood for these island nations in the event that they were submerged. And UNCLOS as a regime is quite specifically targeted at the establishment of the maritime regions. We've talked about the territorial sea and the EEZ. It's not a regime that's designed to, or really is targeted at dealing with questions of statehood and the continuing viability of the states. Of course, we would recognize that there is a role for the regime to play in terms of delineating the territorial sea and the like, but really the foundation of all those determinations and the foundation of the operation of UNCLOS relies on this sort of pre-existing notion that there is some sort of landmass there. So really, the department would submit that in terms of efforts to confront this issue, it really needs to be at the level of what constitutes a state and what rights a state has when it may not have any territory.
Oh, well, I think that's why I came to this idea that maybe we needed a new UNCLOS, because you can't have a state if there's no land to call a state.
Well, in terms of determination of statehood, generally that's quite a distinct legal issue. And certainly it would be possible to retrofit UNCLOS into a regime that deals with criterions of statehood. But perhaps it would introduce elements and some quite significant questions into the negotiations and into the regime that would significantly broaden it and broaden the legal issues it encompasses. And we'd perhaps submit that there is some virtue in having a regime that's limited to the delineation of maritime areas and the actual use of the waters. And perhaps questions of statehood might be separately negotiated perhaps for the purpose of ensuring that those negotiations, which are likely to be quite complex and hard fought, don't compromise the continuing effectiveness of what we believe is quite a strong regime in UNCLOS.
Yes, thank you for that. Look, we've reached the end of this conversation, and I know that you'll all be very keen to go off and get a gin and tonic to celebrate our agreement that, first of all, we set a high priority on managing the humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operation in the area off the Philippines created by the loss of the drill ship and the presence of the typhoon. And secondly, that we set aside for the moment our other challenges in favour of doing that operation as expeditiously and together as possible. So thank you very much for your attention today, and I hope you've all learned a lot. What's that?